Everyone. Yeah. So welcome everyone. Welcome to today's study workspace. So we'll be starting once it's 10 a.m. Today we are starting very early because we have a lot to do. So I started earlier, just use these 3 minutes to do the introduction before we go into the deep work time. So if you are joining me, remember that this space we are using it for study and for work, to teach us how to improve our focus, to improve our memory, to improve our productivity, because your focus determines to a large extent how you are going to succeed this year. So you need to learn to improve your focus, you need to learn to improve your productivity. That is quite important to also. If you are joining us today, make sure that you are coming with your 2 priority tasks or 3 at most. Don't bring more than 3 because it might be overwhelming if you bring more than 3. So I will encourage you to bring your priority task, and you need to learn to know which one is the priority, when it is important and it is reaching its deadline, or there is time attached to it and is almost time, and you know the time you should finish it. So that is your priority. You should bring only 2 or 3 of it today and put it on the table. And you learn also how to break your work into manageable chunks, because you need to put time on it, just like your time every other thing, like your doctor's appointment and every other appointment you have. So that is the way to go. If you want to be productive this year, you will need to join me. If you want to achieve a lot, maybe you want to publish your papers, because that's the things that I'll be doing today. You just need to join us. Ask questions if you have to. It's very important that you learn to ask questions to get help. Is a wise man that knows that, yeah, you can't do everything. So ask questions, and if you join me, I might be able to get some knowledge also from you. So it's important that you join us. And remember that it's to run for 6 hours. The 6 hours, we are not using all the 6 hours for studying or for to be at work. Remember that it's a Pomodoro section that we are using, which means that we'll be using 50 minutes to do our sprint. That's our deep focus time. Then we take 10 minutes off for break, and during that break we call it mindful break, because you need to be present in your break. You need to be there in your break. You need to make that break to work for you, because you need the break to improve your productivity. You need the break to improve yourself, to take care of yourself. You know that you are the most important part of your success story. So don't sell it for anything, don't trade it for anything. So your break is important to you and to your employer also. You might think that they will like you more if you are working without break, but the truth of the matter is that if you're taking break and you are more efficient, they might appreciate that more. So try as much as possible to observe your break. If you're already at work or you're planning to start at work today, I will encourage you to go straight and note it, the time you're going to be taking your break. Don't take it for granted, because that is the only way you improve your efficiency. That is the only way you improve your productivity. If you keep working endlessly, you might not achieve what you want to achieve. So it's important that you observe your break and fix time, put a time to it. Tell yourself, okay, after working every 30 minutes, I'll be taking 5 minutes break. Or you say, okay, after working for 1 hour, I'm going to be taking 10 minutes break. But here in this space, we are using 50-10, which means we'll work for 50 minutes. That's deep work time. So we focus, because I'm doing analysis, and that should tell you that yes, you can join. And this space is very safe and is very, very less pressuring, is to encourage you. There is always a little pressure for you to achieve what you want to achieve, but it's not a pressure that breaks, it's a pressure that helps you to be your best. So you rest, and at the end you are not stressed. It's very important, because if you join me after 6 hours, you see that yes, 6 hours is just like you walking at a stretch for like 2 hours, uh, because we took you take break in between, because you take mindful breaks, you will not feel it. It's very important to us that you take care of yourself. So if you are joining, you can bring along your water, your drink, whatever healthy drink and snacks that you have. You can put it by the side and you have them during your break and sip along as you walk. So don't get thirsty and don't go hungry. Don't stress. In this space, tell your brain that yes, you're working for 50 minutes and you are resting for 10 minutes, and you'll see how efficient your brain can be. And it's quite important that you do that. So join us today and see how much you achieve within this 6 hours. It starts 10 and it ends by 4. And at 4, we are going to be rounding up, so you can ask questions and you can exchange maybe knowledge. Yeah, it's very important. So if you are doing your master's, you are doing your PhD, you are at the stage you are writing your papers, or you are even a creative writer, you can join here, because that is all I do. Mine is read, write. That is what I do. And now I'm doing some publications. I'm just trying to do some analysis, which I did last week. So I'm going to be writing up today and maybe start another one. That is how it goes. So I encourage you to join this space. It is structured. It will give you the structure that you need to gain a lot this year. So I wish you a very productive 6 hours. And that production means that you will rest and you are going to produce. So it's very important to us. And invite others, invite students, invite researchers, those that are having burnouts, those that are struggling to gain maybe insights on what to do. If you are struggling with your analysis, you are struggling with writing your paper, and maybe you need some questions, you can just come here and ask. It's very, I'm here. I'm interested in what you are doing. I'm interested in seeing people, how they are doing their things, how they are getting published. That is very important to me. So let's sprint on and see how much you achieve before 10:50. You know, the first section now will end 10:50. So in 10:50, once it's 10:50, we'll be speaking again, or maybe you go on a break. Remember, it is a mindful break. So you must be present in your break as you are present at work. So it's break now, it's our break time. Once again, it's time for us to relax and make sure that you are in your break. Yeah, stretch and relax. So it's time for us to chat. If you have anything that you want us to talk about, we can just go there and talk about it. It's very important to us that, yes, during this break time that you are present in your break. Like I always say, you are the most important part of your success story. So you need to take care of yourself. And what does that mean? That means that you should rest. You should take a time to relax, to gain clarity, to improve your focus, and to improve your efficiency, because that is what rest does to you. When you are resting, your mind is able to process information, your mind is able to look at things critically. But if you're always working, which means you're just stuffing things into your brain without giving it time to process, and that is how you see yourself forgetful, you see yourself not remembering things that you ought to remember. So take time to rest. If you are just starting a new work, or maybe you're an old worker, and you did not make your boundary right, like I will always say, it's good that you make your boundaries right. It's good that you put your boundaries very clearly, so everybody will know that, yes, during this break time that is meant for your rest, it's not a time for you to finish the works that you didn't do. It's not a time for you to finish the works that are still remaining. You mustn't finish those works before you gain your break. Break is not a reward. It's essential. It's very important. So take your break serious and let your colleagues know that, yes, during break time that you are resting. Let your supervisor or your first line manager know what you are doing. And if they are people that are, should I say, efficiency mindful, and they are very intentional in their work, they will know that yes, your break is very important. So take it serious and let everybody around you know, so they won't call you during your break to come and finish up this. Oh, you can finish this before you go on break. Oh, you can help me do this since you finish already. Please, can you help me do this one before you go and rest? Tell them no. Your rest is a time for you to recharge. It's a time for you to gain clarity. And believe me, once you are taking short breaks, you will see your productivity improving. You will see your results improving. You will see things working out, especially for those that are working for themselves. If you are, especially, okay, in academics, those that are doing their PhD, most times they are the structure they provided themselves. So you are working on your own. Please remember to take rest. Remember to take intentional breaks. And it is time for you to go and eat. Make sure that you do that during lunchtime. Make sure that you have your lunch. And during the time that you're supposed to rest is very important. And for those that already have structure, maybe you're working in an environment that they know, okay, within 3 hours, you're getting 30 minutes of rest. And within 6 hours, you're getting like, okay, normally, I think they do like 6 hours. You get, if you're working less than 6 hours, you get like 30 minutes of break. If you're working for up to more than 6 hours, you get 1 hour of break. That is quite good. Like if you're working up to 6 hours, you get 1 hour of break. That is very good. So make sure that you observe that break. Make sure that you use your break to improve yourself. It is not a time for you to go and finish up the work or to impress others, or for you to do more. As you are trying to do more, your brain is not finding it easy to process information. So you see yourself making decisions that you shouldn't have made. You see yourself, should I say, you won't be fast in making decisions, and you won't have that clarity of mind to make the right decisions. So you see people making mistakes at work. Maybe they are giving injection, they are giving it to those things that happens in the hospital most times is because they are very tired. It's not always because they are careless. It's not always because they don't know what they are doing or they are less competent. No, most times it's because they are tired. So it's time that people start talking about breaks, talking about rest. We have all been taught how to work, how to be efficient, how to produce things, and the society we are in rewards hard work and long time of work. So once you are there and you are stressing out, yes, oh, he's trying, he's a hard worker, but that doesn't make it good. It's not really good. It's time we start talking about rest, the leisure time, because those things are the things that makes humans more efficient and make you more human. You ask yourself, if all the days of your life you were just working and working and never had the time to look around the environment, never had the time to take care of yourself, and you ask yourself, how long am I going to work? How long will this last? So you need to be very careful. You need to very mindful of yourself, taking care of yourself, because you deserve it. You are the most important part of your success story. So take your break serious and relax when you ought to relax, rest when you ought to rest. So I'm waiting for people that have, yeah, I can see you, Mike. Yeah, Mike P4B. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Yeah, for those that are joining me, if this is your first time, you can just introduce yourself. Let's know what you are doing. Let's know what you, if you have any question, you can just put it there. So during the break time like this, we discuss that. And if you don't have any question, you can just join us and maybe learn one or two things, or you can even give us tips on how to improve our productivity, our focus, and memory. That is very important to us. So this year, 2026, you will achieve your goal. You achieve a lot, and it starts from you having the structure. It starts from you having a plan. It starts from you having this space to work in. So it's very important. So for your break, I will still say it again: take rest and be intentional about it. You need to be present in your break. You need to take it very serious. You don't need to exchange it for anything, no matter what they think that you are doing. If they see you are resting, people will say, oh, he's lazy, that's a lazy person. No, it's not like that. Break is not meant for the lazy people. It's not meant for those that already got it together. You know, many of us, we think, oh, he's resting because he got it all together. Oh, because he's finished his work. No, you don't rest because you finished. Remember that the work we are doing will never finish. Whatever you are doing will never finish. I've been there in the midst of those that have worked all through their lives. The professors, you see, when you are going back from school, they are still in the office. They will leave their home. They are back to the office. They are reading. They're, my dear, even when they leave this world, I'm telling you, their office, it wouldn't even stay maybe 2 months, 3 months. Is to be assigned to another person. So why don't you take care of yourself? Things will still continue going on even if you're not there. So you need to be there for yourself. So take care of yourself. Make sure that you take your break serious and rest when you ought to rest. When it is time for you to take your break, you can use it for a nap. So ask yourself, what does it mean to rest to me? Because it doesn't mean the same thing to every one of us. Some of us, we can't ever sleep in the afternoon, no matter what. And some of us, though we are resting, we are on the bed, but our head, our mind is running 20,000 kilometers per minute. That is not rest. So you need to ask yourself, what is rest to me? So when you get that answer, it will help you to get the rest that you need, the clarity that you need. It will help you to get things going. And believe me, if you start resting, things will improve. Your resting wouldn't reduce your productivity. It's not going to reduce your efficiency. Especially, I don't know where you are hearing me from. Are you in the eye or wherever you are in and you can hear me or you watch this later? Just tell yourself that yes, that resting is not going to reduce your results. It's not going to reduce your efficiency. It's not going to reduce who you are. Rather, it's going to make you better in every way possible. But you need to identify what rest means to you, and you need to also have this structure to know, okay, when to rest, when to work, when to have your joy, because these three things, they work together. You have your joy, which is your hobby, the things that you do that are making you happy. They might be work, but those are the works that are disguised as a joy. So it might not be for economic benefit, but you're happy doing it. So you also factor in time for that. So make sure that you have your time to rest, you have the time to work, you have the time for your joy. These three things you can't get wrong when you have a balance in them. So just make sure that you have the balance that you need to achieve these things. And when you have this balance, your life will be less stressful, and you see yourself achieving more than you can ever imagine. So rest is not going to reduce you. It's going to make you healthier emotionally, physically. It's going to make you more balanced. It's going to connect you to your environment. It's going to give you time to process information. It will make you more intelligent. You know, when you see intelligent people, most times they have time to rest. They rest really. But the truth of the matter is that people think, oh, it's genetics. No, rest is part of it. So they also rest to process information. They also rest to gain clarity. They also rest to get their body, to take care of their body. And once your body is not comfortable, there is no way you can learn. So you need to be comfortable. You need to rest. You need to gain the clarity that you need. So if you're at work today, make sure that you intentionally rest and be present in your breath. So we are back to our deep work time. This is a deep focus time. So I'm back. I'm going back to my analysis. I'm going back to the work I'm doing. So I wish you a very productive 50 minutes from now. Yeah, so it's our break time. This is 11:50 now, and it's time for us to go on a break. It's time for us to relax, and yeah, it's very important that you relax and walk around, maybe stretch, maybe just take a power nap if you want, and yeah, make sure you're present in your break. That is what matters. And make sure that you don't waste your break trying to do more, trying to do what you did not finish. That doesn't help. That is not what break is meant for. Your break is meant for you. It's meant for you to relax. It's meant for you to gain clarity. It's meant for you to get your body back. You can stretch, even doodle, whatever you want to do that helps you to relax. Do that during the break time. Yeah. So walk around during break time as allowed. As allowed. You can go for a walk, you can go for a stretch. If it's not cold where you are, this is it's still winter here. I know that many of us can't wait to have the spring back. We can't wait to have the sun. We can't wait. But yes, time has season, according to the Bible, happens to them all. So we enjoy every season. Make sure that you enjoy the winter when it is time for spring. Then enjoy the spring when it's time for summer. Enjoy it. If you are in other environment, any other climate, make sure that you enjoy it and try as much as possible to eat around the season, follow the cycle, and look at the things that are in season and eat them. They are very healthy to follow that season. So eat healthy. If it is time for vegetables, whatever vegetable it is their time, eat it. The fruit, eat them. And there are some of them that can be stored for a long time, but when it is time for eat harvest, eat a lot of it. Then following that cycle, it helps. It's very important. So we are talking about going on a break and having rest and joy. Like I always say, there are three things that you don't need to should I say mix up in your life. One is your work time, the other time is your rest time, and the next one is your joy time. So these three things, they are very important that you take care of it. Take care of your work, and for work, we've all been taught how to do it from the time you start going to school. They are teaching you structure, how to see it and do the assignment, how to do the classwork. So you're learning how to work at that point in time. And that is why it is quite easy for most people to fit in into work environments. But another thing is that is becoming very unpopular when you talk about hobbies. People are no longer thinking about that because, yes, we are all about working around the clock. It's just like all of us must keep working. We must go from one place to the other. We must all stress, okay, this is 5 to 9 and 9 to 5 and all those stuff. Then people keep following it. It's just like we were all brought to this earth to keep working, but it wasn't that. There is a lot of good things to see. There is a lot of good things to enjoy. Food, flowers, birds, and things going in the field, in the park. Those are things there for you to enjoy. Make sure that you enjoy your life to the fullest. Is very important. And again, the hobby I was talking about is not just the work that is disguised as joy. That's the aspect of your life that will keep you anchored even when you grow old. You know, the work that we are doing is quite easy for us to lose ourselves working. We lose ourselves with our colleagues, but remember, there will be a time that you're going to retire. There will be a time that you won't be able to go to that office, to go to that field that you are working, that thing that you pride yourself as. Or what? Who are you? They will start from, oh, I'm a professor in this. Okay, I'm an engineer in that. I'm a doctor in this. I'm a nurse in that. That is where many people have anchored their identity. But there will be a time that you won't be able to go back to that work. There will be a time you're retired. Then what happens to this identity? What happens to you? And you see people feel some of earlier when you start early to look like, oh, it's fun to be at home. It's fun. Okay, I have more time to go around. But with time, you will see that yes, you need more than that. You need to have the support of the community, a human being. Yeah, we need community. And then you see that all your life you spent it working, you've spent it going from home to office, spending it with colleagues, and now, yes, you've retired and there isn't a colleague to work with, there isn't a colleague to speak to. So at that point in time, you will see that yes, you need an anchor that comes from having a hobby. If you have a hobby, which is a work that is disguised as job, as joy, then you will still be anchored, because at that point in time, you will still be connected to people are that enjoy the same thing as you. You will still be connected to people that will support you in one way or the other. With hobby, you will see people that are below your age, those above your age, those that are doing things from every walks of life. Let's just say that you love writing, and maybe you love doing the chessboard or whatever game you like doing, gardening. You always see people, young, old, that will like the same thing that you like. So it will keep you anchored. It's going to keep you connected to the community. So you won't ever be feeling lonely if you have hobbies. So try as much as possible to also schedule your hobby. Is very important. And also take care of your rest. Your rest is something that you cannot negotiate. You can't take it away. It's not a reward for hard work. It's not a reward after you finish all that you have to do. No, the work you're doing will never ever finish, because as you're going, new things are coming out. You have to do this tomorrow, you have to do that. So it keeps on and on. You can't go that on and on forever. You need to give yourself a break. Take care of yourself. Remember that yes, you need to be here to do that work. You need to be here to carry on. You need to be here to succeed. You need to be healthy in order to be efficient. So your job is not only producing things, it's taking care of yourself so you can produce those things. Is part of it. So take care of yourself. Take your break. Your break is very, very important. And be intentional about your breaks. Be intentional. When I mean intentional, just like you go for your doctor's appointment, make sure that you keep appointment with yourself during this break and be present in your break. Make sure that you are taking that break serious. Rest during the break time is not a time for you to finish what you did not finish. It's not a free time, actually, like many of us think that yes, it's a free time or this is a free time. No, it's not always a free time. Your break is your time that you give to yourself to take care of yourself. So it's very important. Use it to take care of yourself. And during this break time, you see yourself relaxing, and that is the time your brain has to process information. That is the time that you get to take care of yourself, to take care of your body, to take care of your emotion, and sort things out within your brain. So it's very important. It's not something that you take, let's say, lightly. No, you don't take it lightly. Don't think that's reward is a reward for your hard work. It's a reward for you finishing what you're doing. No, it's very essential. And your rest is something that you don't negotiate with any other person. Just make sure that they know that during your break time you are resting, and that increases your efficiency. That's not going to reduce you in any way. It's not going to reduce your hard work. It's not going to reduce your productivity. It's not going to reduce your results. But rest is going to improve your results. Rest is going to improve your clarity. Rest is going to improve your health. So it's very important. As important as food is, rest is also important. So don't just think, oh, because I'm eating well. But if you're not resting, even with all the best food, something might go wrong. So you need to also rest as you are eating, as you are trying to work to get the money to pay the bills, as you are trying to get the connection as a human being that you need. Make sure that you also have a time to yourself, a time that you are only focused on yourself, a time that you look after yourself, and that is the break time. Please take it serious. If you don't know when to take the break, I will let you know when to take the break. The break is taken intentionally. You take it before you start working. You don't take break because they say this is the break time. It's not because you finish. So the best time to take break is when you are still strong, when you are still agile, when you are still strong. Intentionally, you fix your break so you don't ever have to go to the low part or the zero part, or you are tired or you're exhausted, you are trying to recover. No, that is not the best time for your break. The best time is when you take it, when you plan to take it, and make sure that you don't go. If you are doing a very deep work, you are analyzing, you are working in the office, whatever work you're doing, and you are persistent, and you are putting your best invest in it. Don't go more than 3 hours without taking a break, without standing, without walking around. No, you can also take it for a nap. You just put your head on the table and rest. Make sure that you take that break. Don't go on and on. It doesn't make you more efficient. Rather, it's going to really make you dull. It's going to make you not to take the right decision. It will make you make mistakes. It's going to affect your health. It's going to affect your mental health. It's going to affect you in every way negative. So what's the essence of going through that? So take short breaks. It's very important. So we are back to our deep work time. So we'll go another 50 minutes. After this 50 minutes, then we can chat. If you have anything to ask, you can just put it in the chat. Then we talk about that. And remember that in this space that we reduce distractions during the deep work time, which is 50 minutes. Let your brain know that yes, you're working for 50 minutes and you take a mindful break for 10 minutes within every 1 hour. So let's see how much you achieve in 15 minutes. Yeah, so it's our break time once again. This is 12:50, and it's the time for us to walk around, stretch, maybe relax, and remember that your break is very important. So if you have been here with me, it's time that we go on a mindful break and make sure that you are present in your break. That is what matters, and make sure that you rest and gain the clarity that you want for your efficiency at work, because your work can't be efficient if you're not taking enough rest. That is just how it works. There is no two ways about it. You can't shortchange yourself and you think that you will be efficient. No, you need to take care of yourself, then you'll be efficient. And that also comes to the topic I want to discuss now. I will just check through the charts if there is any on any platform that anybody asks about improving your memory, because that is what I wrote there. Let's improve our memory, and rest is one of it. Eating the right food is part of it, and not stressing yourself, because once you stress yourself too much, it will come to a time that you're going to be blocking your own memory. Sometimes it might be something difficult to revert, but it's always good that you try and not stress yourself. You don't get exhausted. That is very important. So let's look at the ways that we can use to train our memory. That is very important. So how do you train your memory? How do you improve your memory? Is your memory having a problem, like many of us think? If you keep forgetting things, maybe you were leaving the house, you forgot to close the door, you went to the toilet, you forgot to flush. That is quite common, isn't it? And maybe after eating, you forgot some certain things, that you didn't clear the table. Oh, I didn't do this. Oh, I thought I should have started the laundry, all such things. And I read something yesterday which was very concerning. Somebody was saying that the Gen Z generation, that they are not ready to learn, that they are less intelligent, and I don't know where he got the research, and I don't know the extent of that. Maybe I will need to dig deeper to understand that, because I'm always thinking about how we humans can improve ourselves, and the way to improve ourselves is to be intelligent, to think deeper, and to improve our focus, to improve our memory. So I don't know, but looking at it, when you ask these Gen Z some questions, you'll be tempted to say that you might have every reason, if you haven't really gone around it, to see why it is the way it is, that many of them are very forgetful. It's hard for them to analyze things critically. When you give them some questions to answer, you will see if it is something that they will need to put critical thinking, or maybe they will need to reflect. It's quite difficult. Then you need to ask yourself what happened. Does it mean that the genetics is depreciating? We are no longer having intelligent parents. If their parents were intelligent, and I believe, yes, that they should do better even with every technology available. But yeah, he did it with his chest high and his shoulder high, saying it that the millennials, even those beyond the millennials, we used to say it, because I could still remember how their own work was, like my mom, my dad, and those ones. And you will be thinking, oh, maybe human intelligence is reducing. Yeah, something might go towards that end if something is not done, but I don't really believe that that should be the case. But something must have happened that temporarily did what we are seeing, because there is excess dependence on technology. There is much dependence on smart technology, on all the help, the easy answers, and that can actually affect your thinking. That can actually affect the way you can critically process information. That is not, it's not something that we should really argue, but I will need to go and look at his articles critically to know where he's coming from. I can't just say he's wrong. I wouldn't say that I'm right, but I believe that yes, human mind is trainable. It's something that we can also retrain. It's something that we can improve, which I think that is why many governments, they are talking about taking phones off children. And yeah, I wouldn't say that they shouldn't enjoy that, but too much of everything is really, really bad, especially this their developing brain. At that point in time, when they're in primary school and secondary school, they are still developing critical thinking. They are learning how to solve problems. They are learning how to think reflectively. They are learning how to relate things. It's very important that yes, those things that we look into it. So if you have a child that is highly dependent, even mine, I can still tell you, because I struggle with them to take those things off their hands. Even when it is time, they will do whatever they have to do very fast. So they will tell you, I finished this, I finished that. But yes, there is a burden that has been placed on human mind and the society at large. So saying that the Gen Z, that they are less intelligent, I don't know where he's coming from. I don't know where he learned that from, but there must be a reason why he's saying that. But the reason me I can only see is that yes, that there is much dependence on technology that has made people to stop thinking. Let's just take one instance. Like if you go around today, just look at people, maybe just tell them, please, can you help me calculate something? Oh, I just bought something now. Please, can you just tell me, oh, what's the change I bought? I brought 85 pounds and I just bought something of 32 pounds. Please, what's my balance? You'll be surprised how many people that will go straight to their phones to calculate the balance. You'll be surprised how many people that will go straight to ask Google what and what should they do in that instance, instead of consulting themselves. I believe that if they put their mind to it, if they think through, they can get the answer even within themselves. And if they think through, they can, if they can't get it, they will use paper and pen, they can still get the answer. And that is the way to exercise your brain. And remember that any muscle is just like, the law of evolution that we all went through. You understand that whatever you are not using is going to degenerate. So every muscle of your body needs to be exercised, especially your brain. It should be a gentle exercise every day. You should be doing at least like 10 minutes of gentle exercise, trying to exercise your memory, trying to remember the things that you've done, trying to remember the things that you've seen. So when you face any question or you face any situation, please first think, try to go through your mind to know if you have the answer within yourself before you start consulting, before you start going to your phone, before you start going to your laptop, to your Google to ask those questions. That is the way to exercise your memory. Is very important, because if you don't exercise your memory, it will get weaker and weaker. But something that is very encouraging in all this is that you can retrain your memory. You can actually start training it again. You can consult yourself each time that you have something doing, you have something that you want to achieve. Just go straight to your mind first. Oh, I'm looking at this, there are some tricky words. Maybe you are looking at cognitive, you're looking at synagogue, you're looking at all those words, maybe souvenir, all those ones. You are thinking, how is it spelled? Instead of going straight to your phone to consult to see, oh, that this is how I think it should be spelled. Oh, please, Google, what's the spelling of souvenir? Oh, Google, what's the spelling of light? You're now dependent on those smart technology as a mental crutches. It's no longer a tool for you. So use them as a tool to help yourself. So you consult yourself, try to remember how it is spelled. Maybe when you write it down, you'll see that yes, it's not actually very correct. But it's not a failure at that point in time. What you have done is to try to retrieve what you already have, and you are exercising your memory at that point in time. So try as much as possible to exercise your memory each day, every time. Don't consult the technology before consulting yourself. That is the way to go. So make sure to consult yourself. Make sure to talk to yourself. Make sure to use your pen and paper and check the things that you need to find out, the spellings, the money balance, or whatever. So it will help you to exercise your memory so you can think critically. So when it comes to that, you will see that the technology to these younger ones, maybe it's not doing them a lot of good, which might lead to what the man said yesterday, that yes, that they are less intelligent and not ready to learn. It's not like that to me, but I'll find out why he said that. But is that they have a lot of easy answers. They have a lot of help. If you keep protecting your child, you don't want him to fall, you don't want him to feel the pain, the child might not ever walk. So you would allow the child to walk, to fall, to stand up. You help. That's how to learn. So if they always have these easy answers, they won't have the opportunity to exercise their brain. They won't have the opportunity to exercise their memory. And that is not to their own advantage. And it's not to the advantage of the society as a whole. Let's look at the macro level. So we've come to the end of this break time. Remember, it's our deep work 50 minutes again. So let's sprint and see how much you achieve in 50 minutes. So it's 50 now. This is our break time once again. It's time for us to rest. It's time for us to stretch, maybe walk around if you haven't been walking around for like 3 hours. That's not healthy. So you need to stand up, walk around, maybe take a nap, maybe just doodle and do the things that makes you relax. That is very important. So for me, I'll be standing and yeah, we'll still be chatting. If you have any question that you can put in the chat that you want us to talk about, we can talk about that. Yeah, if there is anything that you want us to discuss on how to improve your productivity, how to improve your focus, how to improve your memory in general, because that is where our productivity lies. If you can really think critically, even in simple things, you can find out innovations and things that can improve your lot in life. So it's good that we think and we think critically and deeply. It's very important. And so we are here to discuss that. If there is any question, if there is anything, you can invite students to ask questions, those that are struggling with their results. If you have been putting the effort and you've done all that you can and you're not seeing equivalent result or outcome, then you can ask questions, because most times it's not all about working hard but smart. It's all about knowing the strategies and the things that you need to do to improve yourself. I'm not talking about those that wants to do it with smart technology. Yeah, it's all over. All you have to do is to pay your money, your time, and then you have it. But remember that they can't just do all for you. You need to improve your own thinking. You need to protect your own memory. You need to protect your own thinking, and your brain is very important, because that is where your own ingenuity lies. That is where your innovativeness also lies, because the other one, everybody will get the same thing if they ask the same question. That is just how it works. So but if you ask two human beings the same questions, you every time get different answers. That is the ingenuity in humans, and you can't just trade yours for every easy answer that is out there. And so if your aim is to improve yourself, if your aim is to improve your results, your own self, improve your skill, and to improve your own confidence, because I've always said it is not all about the payments. You didn't only lose money if you pay other people to read for you, to write for you, to do everything that you ought to do for yourself. You have lost the competence, and then you've lost the confidence. That's very, very important. And those things are the things, those competence and the confidence, they are the things that will lead you through in life, in your work life, in your presentation, in interacting with others, in seeking for job or whatever. So your confidence is very important, and your competence is very important. And how do you develop competence? Is by doing it. You can only say, oh, I'm competent if you have tried it. So give yourself that opportunity to try things out and gain the competence, then gain the confidence within yourself that yes, you can do it. Is very important. So if your aim is to improve yourself, you can always join this space and ask questions. You can always join this space and discuss things with us. If you want to learn how to write efficiently, how to do your analysis, or you're struggling to read and understand, read and remember, them you can ask questions. And remember that your memory is something that you can bring back to life. If you think that you're very forgetful now, you think, oh, maybe you're having a memory issue, that yes, you can't skip things, then you need to look at three things. First, how do you encode information? Then how is it stored? And then how do you retrieve information? These are the things that you need to look at. It's not all about the retriever. When we start trying to remember, that is the retriever, and we are not able to do it, we'll think, oh, our memory is having a problem. You need to also check the encoding of this information. How do you learn? How did you learn it? Where did you see what you want to remember, and how did you see it? And you also look at the storage. How do you store your information? So if you did not encode it the right way, it might easily be forgotten. And remember that when you are treating every information and everything you see with, should I say, as if it doesn't matter, you just scroll through, you just laugh through, and you're not giving it any thought, it is easy for you to forget it. And if you keep doing that for a long time, your brain is going to learn to forget things. It's going to just treat things as if they don't matter. So how do you encode it? Is for you to, when you are studying, when you are looking at that, when you are seeing it, when you are learning about it, is to ask questions on that. What is it that I should take on from this? You should also look at what is it in this for me? why should I read this? And when you are able to think through it, you will be able to remember it, because you are telling your brain this matters, and it's going to store it for you. And that should be in the short-term memory, but you need to revisit, you need to do the active recall, you need to do the space repetition for you to store it right there, and you need to rest. When you rest, your brain will process the information, and once it's processed and move from the short-term memory to the long-term memory, it stays longer. So you need to learn how to encode your information rightly. You need to learn how to store your information. You need rest. You need good food. You need to also revisit, revise, not should I say stress repetition each time you keep repeating, no, but spaced repetition, active recall. Then yeah, it will stick. And remember that you can actually teach it. You can say it and close your book, trying to quiz yourself. Those are the ways that you can make it stay, because then you are telling your brain that this matters. And when you are scrolling through social media, because now it's very rampant, people start going from page to page, they visit, they say they are strolling through the street of whichever social media they are in. If you keep scrolling, please try as much as possible to gain meaning from what you are engaging with. Try to ask questions. What is this all about? What is this for me? So if it is not interested, if it is not something you want, just go through. Don't give it your time. So you have to reason to tell your brain that this matters, and don't bombard yourself with too much information. It's all about thinking deeply, not too many information, because when you have it too many, your brain is just going to protect itself. Okay, this doesn't matter, so forget it. So if you give it time, give it focus, your brain is going to improve with time. So quiz yourself, ask yourself questions. When you return home today, ask yourself, what was I doing when it was 10 a.m. in the morning? What was I doing when it was 6 a.m. in the morning? So ask yourself those questions. When you ask questions, it will help you to exercise your memory. So that is then the record that you are training your retrieval ability. So you'll be able to remember things when it matters, when you need to use it. So you need to quiz yourself each time, what is in this for me? And when you leave it, oh, what was I even watching? Around 12, I was there. So what was I doing around 12? Other things. You don't need to remember everything, but just the key points. Even if you forget, even if you did not remember, let's just say you were reading and you couldn't, you say, oh, what is this? And don't bother yourself at this point. Exercising your mind is still a lot. It's not just all about getting the answers right. When you exercise your mind, trying to retrieve, trying to bring it out, then your mind will know to keep it, because when next you search it, it wouldn't want to disappoint you. It's very important that you do that. So just think about that. If you are struggling with your reading, you are struggling with your writing, you are struggling with remembering things, and you are the type now that you depend on technology for everything, then you need to start waking yourself up, asking yourself questions, trying to improve yourself, because even with those things that you are using, if you are thinking, you will get a better result. So you can't trade your brain, you can't trade your thinking for anything. It's very important that you focus on the things that matters to you. Things that doesn't matter, don't give it your attention. Yeah, I didn't say you shouldn't be smiling. Those things also matters. So if you are going to gain entertainment, what is in this for me? Okay, it is a place where I'm just reading a story. Remember that our brain learn faster in stories. Maybe you learn, okay, this is how story works. That's okay. Then if it doesn't matter, don't give it your time, because I know that there are so many things happening. All these hooks and psychological hook in so many contents will make it before your brain is even able to process, I love this, I don't like it. It's hooked already. So you need to be very careful and be intentional about where you visit and the things that you are doing. So try to engage deeply. If you are going to be engaging, ask questions. What is in this for me? What is it that I should take home from this? So you give your brain that gentle exercise that it needs. Remember that it's not all about, it's not like Olympic, maybe a game you need to run for a very long time, you need to win this. It's just gentle exercise each day, trying to exercise your memory. Then you have a very active memory at the end. Remember that in this age that we have so much technology, have you asked yourself, even with all these, people are still tired, people are still very exhausted. Is it doing what it was supposed to do? So So it's time for you to reevaluate to know what you ought to do to help your own very self. So don't make it your mental crutch, because it will give you too much information and less time to process it, which might in a way affect your memory in the long term. You see yourself being forgetful, being too dependent on this easy technology, and second guessing yourself, losing that confidence that you need to grow, the confidence that you need to fight, the confidence that you need to stand tall. And you might be losing also the competence, which is all it takes for you to be an expert in your field. So you need to think, you need to wake yourself up and use it as a tool. It's not a mental crutch. So we are back to our deep work time, and let's go on and see how much we achieve before it is 2:50. Remember, we do 50 minutes of deep work and 10 minutes of mindful break, in which we can chat or just walk around. So I wish you a very productive time. So we've come to the end of this section, and this is another break. This is a penultimate break. There's a break before uh, the the final closing time. So it's time for you to stretch, to walk around, maybe rest, relax, and ask questions if you have to. If there is anything that you need to ask, maybe just can say hi to us here. Uh, Thank you for being there. For as many that have joined, or anyone say, yeah, I think the network is not really too good. I don't know. So you can invite people, invite students, researchers, those that are interested in improving themselves, improving their own skills and their ability, their competence, not just getting the certificate that's on the paper. If your aim is to improve yourself, then you can come and let's talk about how to improve our memory. And it's not only to students, but lifelong learners and as many that wants their mind to still be very active, even in old age. So there is need for you to learn, there is need for you to know how to exercise your memory. So that is what we are talking about today. How do you exercise your memory? You can just let me know what you've been doing to keep your memory sharp, to keep your memory going. Or you can just tell us, oh, maybe I think I'm forgetting things easily. I think nothing is wrong with me. Everything is all right. So we can just talk about that because from what I'm seeing, many are not noticing what is going wrong because many people now are very dependent on technology. They are very dependent on the smart AI, smart technologies. Everybody wants to have one, and then this is the answers that doesn't give you time to exercise your memory. Is now what we have to deal with, because whenever you ask questions, you get answer immediately without trying to retrieve, without exercising your memory, exercising the nerves in your brain to retrieve the information that is making your brain, making your memory weak. So it's something that we need to learn. It's something that we need to take note of. It's very important that you take note of that. I want you today to look at yourself and know, okay, how much details do you remember of the things that you saw the last 1 hour, the last one day, the last 2 days? Because most times what we see, once we see it, you will need to remember it maybe after a month or 2 months. So how much of the things that you did yesterday do you still retain? Do you still remember? How much of the things that you said you are going to do can you remember without the aid of any technology? Okay, how often do you consult the technology before you ask yourself those questions? So you need to go back to the drawing board and see if your memory is still good and sharp, and remember that is something that you can train. It's not all lost. Memory is not like the things that say is lost, except there is a permanent damage or something, sickness or whatever that happened to it. Because if it is just about this, should I say, easy answers, then you can today decide to retrain your memory. You can start training it well. You can start thinking. You can start exercising it. And you need to do that every day. The easiest way to do it, I mean, if you need to be intentional, maybe you need to give it 10 minutes or more each time to really exercise your memory, to try to retrieve information, to try to get what you have learned or what you've seen. So what you can do is when you return from work today or wherever you are back, then you need to sit down, ask yourself, what have I done today? What are the things that I've seen? So check how much details you can remember. It's not a time to say you failed or you passed. No, it's just an exercise. It's a way of you exercising your brain gently, and it's very important. So try it today when you return from work. And another way for me, what I normally do is to sit down and say, okay, when it was 8, what was I doing? When it was 8, what was I doing? At 9 a.m., what was I doing? When it was 10, okay, what did I do yesterday? So when you start thinking, when you try to recollect, you want to reconnect to the things that you did, it will help you to exercise your memory, to help you to exercise your ability to recall. That's the active recall. So it's very important. So whatever you've seen, don't just look at it as, oh, I know it. You'll be surprised when you want to remember it. You won't be able to remember them. So it's important that you try as much as possible to involve in what you are doing actively, to interact actively. And that involves quizzing yourself, asking questions, trying to know the take home, trying to know the highlight of the event, the highlight of the text that you read, the highlight of that publication. What is it that is in there for me? So you need to ask questions. It's not all about just going through it. That is one danger with scrolling and maybe having too many information without having the time to process it. It fragments your thinking. And how does it do that? Because now you see your brain will learn to treat information as if they don't matter. You keep passing it, you keep just going. So each time your brain, so it doesn't matter, because how do you tell your brain that something matters? Your brain can only keep things that matter. So you ask yourself, how do I tell my brain that this matters to me? So how do you do it? You maybe just put it in the chat if you are listening. How do you let your brain know that this matters to me? Because that is where your memory, that is where the active recall, that's, should I say, the basis of the active recall. You need to encode your information right, you need to store it right, then you need to retrieve it. Because if you did not encode it right, you did not store it right, then it will be difficult for you to retrieve it. Because one, if you encode it wrongly, which means you were just seeing things without giving it any thought, your brain has treated it as something that doesn't matter, so it's deleted, and you are struggling here to bring it out, it will be very difficult. So you need to learn to encode your information right, and that means you should learn how to learn, you should learn how to study, you should learn how to remember things. You don't just scroll through, you don't just skim through, you don't just scan it, all you have to do is to read in detail. You have to ask questions in that passage that you've read. Maybe you read a passage, a page, a paragraph. Ask yourself, what is the highlight in this? That will help you to think around it. And once you think around that, it will help you to remember it when you are trying to remember it, because then you've told your brain that this is important. When you try to give it a thought, you try to give it a second look. So you're telling your brain that this matters. Then after you have encoded your information the right way, you need to store it. So storing it is another way that people also are not getting it right. They think it's by getting too many information. They'll think it's by getting too many information, but the truth is that what you need is not too many information. Shape, where is the shapes that are here? Here. It's not getting too many information. In fact, if you have too much information without the right time to process it, it's the same as encoding it wrongly. So you need to get detailed information, meaningful information, not too much information, and then you need to rest, you need to process it, you need to revisit it, give it the space repetition, you go back to it, revisit and review it. That is the way to tell your brain that this is important. Then it will take it from the short-term memory to the long-term memory, and this happens most when you are resting, when you are sleeping. So take your sleep and your rest seriously, because they are important to your brain, they are important to your thinking, they are important to your productivity. And then you think about how to retrieve information. You need to start exercising it, trying to pull things out of your brain, trying to understand it, trying to see if you can remember it. After reading, you close the book, you try to see how much of the details you still remember. You can quiz yourself, ask questions on what you've read, on what you've seen. Then you know how much details you have retained. Then you can actually teach it. You can talk to other people about it, or even to yourself, looking at yourself in the mirror and say, okay, or now that I finished this, let me teach it. And you are teaching. If you can teach it easily, you remember it. If you can teach it easily, you can remember it deeply. That is just how it works. So it's very important that you exercise your memory, exercise your brain each day. Ask yourself, what did I see? What did so? And that will even help you as you are trying, as you're moving around, as you're reading, as you're studying, to pick the right information. So that is how to improve your memory. That is how to improve your focus. It's very important. So don't focus on everything and be everywhere gathering too much information without the time to process it. You are not doing yourself any good. You are doing yourself more should I say, the service. Yeah, you will need to help yourself by encoding the information the right way. Ask questions on whatever content you are reading or whatever content you are watching. Ask question, what is in here for me? So why should I watch this and all those? So when you ask the questions, then you are telling your brain that this matters. That means it will take you time to process it, so you don't need to keep scrolling. We are taught now, it depends on how many people you engage with, and people are not actually engaging. Or they just do is open it and they are scrolling. What you're teaching your brain is to forget things easily. So we've come to the end of this section, and this is our last section for today. And let me just make this announcement now, because tomorrow I have a training. I wouldn't be here. Tomorrow is very I'll be very occupied, so I wouldn't be here. If there is still questions that you want to ask for that tomorrow, you can just inbox me. You can just put it in the chat. Maybe if you're in the YouTube, you put it in the chat. If you're on TikTok, you can just send it to private message. But make sure that you are kind with your words. Make sure that you are asking questions that are related to what we are doing, and that will be helpful. So I will respond to that also. So let's sprint and see how much we can achieve this last 1 hour. And remember that during this last 1 hour, what we are going to be doing is to work till 4, then we'll wrap up.
David, David, is David back?
Yeah, so we've come to the end of this section, and that's it for today. And remember, like I said, tomorrow we will be out of here. I won't be available, I won't be around tomorrow to do that because I'm occupied from morning till 5 p.m. tomorrow. So I wouldn't be able to attend. And it has been a very lovely day working here, and for everyone that participated in one way or the other. I know that you enjoyed this space, and yeah, we'll make it more, should I say, reader or study friendlier with time. And yeah, it will be a very cozy space that you can stay and be structured to do your work, to achieve what you want to achieve. So it has been a very lovely day. It has been a very fruitful day for me too. I mean, I've done a lot within these 6 hours, always 6 hours each day, twice a week. That's solidly structured 12 hours. Then I also do Mondays, but not live. And yeah, so at the end of the week, I know how many hours I put in. So you will need to structure your own life also. It's very important that you put a structure to it, to know what you are expected to do each time, what you should do is very important. If you don't know, if you don't have that clarity, it's hard for you to achieve, because now you still be thinking from in between job, what should I do next? So it's good that you put your plans, know what you ought to do every day. Plan weekly. That's the first step. Plan weekly. Then from weekly, you break it down to daily. And within each day, you know, okay, within each 1 hour, what am I supposed to be doing? What is my target? So from there, you'll be surprised. Maybe in 4 months, you'll be achieving more than you ever imagined to achieve in a year. That is just how it goes. So it's very important that you get a structure and put things together. Sometimes we'll be saying, I don't have time, but you don't know, from the time you return from work, that's around 5 or 6, depending on the type of work you're doing. Once you return, from that time till 8, or from that time till 9, you still have some times that you can use to work. You can just rest. After that, you do 1 hour, then close it, do your evening meals and everything. At the end of it, you start from 8. If you start from 8 to do another one, you can work for like even 2 hours. That's 10, or 3 hours. That's 11. That's a lot. If you put that every day times 7, that's already 21 hours, and that is a lot. And many people wouldn't know to structure it that way, but once you structure it, you see that you have less stress and you can achieve more. You won't be missing out on important things. So it's very important to us. Remember that yes, we'll be here next week, Wednesday and also Thursday. I will try as much as possible to be available, because for me also it's very helpful. I have a lot to do, I have a lot to achieve, I have a lot to complete, and I don't want to do it stressed. So I want to do it with, oh, Oluchi, yeah, I can see, yeah, that's anonymous Oluchi, yeah. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, we are closing now, and thanks for being there. So it has been a lovely day. It has been a solid 6 hours. So these 6 hours, we've really done a lot. I was doing analysis, and I've really, it has given me a lot of time to achieve what I wanted, even more than I imagined today. That I'm so happy with what I achieved. So I will encourage everyone that is struggling with time management, you're struggling with so much roles that you are playing. You need a structure. You need to structure your day. You need to plan it. You need to have a plan for every 1 hour, when you're going to sleep, when you're going to rest, when you're going to work. It's very important that you plan those. So let's see how much we achieve next week. So if you're joining us, I will encourage you to bring your priority task. It doesn't matter what you're doing. It's not as if you must be studying. If you're working in the office, you also need to give it your focus, to give it your time then, and rest when you ought to rest. Rest is very important. That is why we are using the Pomodoro section. So we know when to rest, we know when to go back to work. It's very important. So if you are resting, you be present in your rest, and make sure that after every 3 hours, no matter what, that you stand up, walk around, to improve circulation, to improve your memory, give your brain the time to think, give your brain the time to reason. Because if you're always busy scrolling, writing, reading, you might not be giving your brain enough time to process information, and that is why you are forgetful, or maybe you are struggling, maybe stressed. So it's important that you observe that break time and take it serious. It's very important that you take your break time serious. So I will see you again next week. This time next week, that's not this time, this day next week, Wednesday by 10 a.m. So tomorrow I will be doing maybe evening, but maybe I won't be able to stream it. So if you're working, I wish you a very productive day tomorrow. I wish you a very productive week. So keep achieving. Bye.